Not to get bogged down in the details too much, but this is the federal government pays 90% of the Medicaid. Now, Democrats say, well, it's illegal to provide free health care to illegal aliens under existing law, and it is. But what Democrats were doing in places like California, they were using that 10% state share to fund health care services for illegal aliens. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, put an end to that. So Democrats want to repeal that bill. They also want to repeal the $50 billion Rural Health Care Stabilization Fund. Texas is a big state. We got urban areas, we got suburbs, and we got rural areas. And we need to make sure that people living in rural areas, or certainly outside of urban and suburban areas, get access to health care. And one of the things we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill is provide a $50 billion stabilization fund to make sure they could get access to health care. But Democrats want to give that away. They want to repeal that bill in its entirety. Well, I've heard Democrats on TV and on social media say, we don't want to provide free health care to illegal aliens. But again, this is the provision that they want to change. They want to repeal this provision, alien Medicaid eligibility, which limited the ability to game the Medicaid program, the state contribution to a state federal share program, to fund health care for illegal aliens. Now, we know that there's a lot of reasons why people come to the country, our country, illegally. Many are drawn because they want to work. We understand they want a better life. We understand that, but the right way to do that is through legal channels, not through illegal channels. But one of the magnets that draws people to come to the country is access to taxpayer-provided free benefits, like free health care. But the states like California that game the Medicaid system are the worst offenders when it comes to providing free access to health care using this Medicaid program. But this is a provision that Democrats now want to repeal. The prohibition we passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act. What's more, Democrats are asking us to spend billions of dollars in new spending because they won't vote for a stopgap spending measure. So we know that the Affordable Care Act subsidies, in other words, Obamacare, is enormously expensive. I won't spend much time here talking about the false promises upon which Obamacare was sold. If you like your policy, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And actually, the claim that it will lower health care expenditures, none of that was true. And Democrats want to put those subsidies on steroids through the Biden-era COVID supercharged subsidy program. And they want to do it not just temporarily, they want to do it for the next 10 years, which will result in hundreds of billions, even $1 trillion plus of new spending. Now, one of the things that we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill was we passed $400 billion in deficit reduction. Why is that important? Because our country now owes roughly $37 trillion. We're $37 trillion in debt. And if we don't do something about that, we're going to be in deep trouble in the not too distant future. Right now, we pay more money on interest on the national debt than we do on defense in a very dangerous world. That is unsustainable, and that is dangerous. But the Democrats want to forget all that and spend hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending on a short-term, 9-week stopgap spending measure. And they say, if you won't agree with us, we're going to shut down the government. The kind of spending Democrats have asked for would effectively erase all the savings we achieved through the common sense spending reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is unconscionable that Senate Democrats are hurting the American people because they want more spending for their pet programs. And yet they're framing it as though Republicans are the ones forcing partisan demands. That's false. All we're asking them to do is to keep the government open and pass a short-term continuing resolution that's already been passed by the House of Representatives. The Democratic leader said 2 days ago on the floor, he said, Republicans have tried to stick us with a partisan CR that fails to protect American health care. 3 days ago, the vice chair of the Appropriations Bill said, instead of talking with us about addressing health care, Republicans decided to pass a partisan continuing resolution. Again, that's false. They said they don't want to fund illegal aliens. They said it's a partisan continuing resolution we insist on. Both of those are false. The continuing resolution proposed by Republicans has already passed the House of Representatives. It does not include partisan demands. If Democrats do not want to pass a clean continuing resolution, what are they proposing? Well, a partisan continuing resolution, and I've talked about some of the provisions. The alternative continuing resolution that Democrats are proposing would not only repeal the One Big Beautiful Bill effectively, but they make other partisan demands on top of that. The Democratic CR would eliminate provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that are critical to putting our fiscal condition back on track, as I mentioned a moment ago. In the Medicaid program, we tightened eligibility. We added work requirements for able-bodied adults. We required stricter eligibility reporting and ensured that illegal immigrants do not get free health care benefits. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a critical step toward ensuring that Medicaid is there for the people who truly need it, the elderly, children, the disabled, not able-bodied adults. Democrats have claimed over and over again they're not attempting to fund health care for illegal aliens, but as I've demonstrated, that's not true. Their proposed continuing resolution repeals the exact provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that prevented illegal aliens from receiving those benefits. Just for those who want to read it for themselves, this is Section 2141 of the Democrats' proposed continuing resolution. It strikes Section 71109 of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is a provision that limits the eligibility requirement and federal payments to states that allow medical assistance for illegal aliens. Medicaid has always been intended to be a lifeline to the most vulnerable Americans when it comes to their health insurance. But over the last decades, it's become bloated with waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot continue to serve the most vulnerable Americans for whom Medicaid was originally designed if we're going to be subsidizing other people like able-bodied adults who should be capable of contributing themselves. Further, extending these subsidies without reform will continue contributing to the ballooning costs of health care, now roughly 18% of our entire economy. This is the same problem we've had with ballooning costs in higher education. The more the government subsidizes, the more bloated that industry becomes, And consequently, the providers raise prices and those services become less affordable to ordinary middle-class Americans who would not otherwise rely on government benefits. The Republican reforms to Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill put the most vulnerable Americans first. But Democrats have refused to vote for a clean continuing resolution and instead demanded that Republicans repeal these monumental reforms before allowing the lights to stay on. Democrats are also demanding to extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which is really Obamacare on steroids, which don't even expire until the end of this year. We will get to that, believe me, before the end of the year. But to hold this short-term stopgap spending bill hostage is really unconscionable. To anyone who says that Republicans are proposing a partisan continuing resolution while Democrats are doing everything they can to keep the government open, I hope I've made it clear that the reality is just the opposite. Republicans do not want a shutdown. Shutdowns don't benefit anybody. And the same problem that caused the government to shut down is there staring you in the face when government is reopened. I think we've learned that from hard experience. A poison pill-packed continuing resolution is simply not the solution. So I hope we can get 5 more Democrats to join 3 other Democrats who've already voted to keep the government open, to vote this afternoon in just a few minutes and reopen the government for the benefit of all Americans. Yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to speak up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here on the floor today to ask for unanimous consent to pass a very important resolution that I try to move forward every year. It's my Choose Respect Day resolution. I want to thank Senator Schiff for being my lead co-sponsor on the other side of the aisle. And it's to kick off also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Now, Madam President, as a former AG, like myself, this is really important to me, my state. I come down on the floor a lot to brag about the great state of Alaska in so many different areas. But this is one area where I don't like to brag about Alaska because there's not much to brag about. We have some of the highest rates of domestic violence, of sexual assault of any place in the country. Really bad. So when I was Attorney General a number of years ago, the governor and I launched this big initiative called the Choose Respect Initiative. We changed the laws. We made perpetrators really pay if they were going to commit these heinous crimes in Alaska. We got funding for lawyers and resources. We got different services, and we had ads all over TV in Alaska about choosing respect. Real Alaska men choose respect. They don't commit these heinous acts. They don't hit their girlfriend. They don't do any of that kind of horrible stuff. And started to work in my state, Madam President, to change the culture, which wasn't a good culture up in Alaska. We're still doing that, so when I came to the Senate, I really wanted to continue this work. Really important work. It's been bipartisan to try to change the culture in our country. We have very, very high rates, too high rates of domestic violence and sexual assault in many places in America. And we should all be focused on making sure the next generation of young men don't do that. So one of the ways in which we've done that, Madam President, is my POWER Act, which has been to get pro bono legal services for domestic violence survivors and victims. This is an innovative idea that we started in Alaska, brought here to the Senate, The POWER Act now has had over 61,000 attorneys across America provide pro bono legal assistance to survivors. 61,000. That was from a bill here we had on the Senate floor. These are the kind of things we can do in the Senate, in the Congress, to address this very significant challenge in my state, but across the country. So this resolution, Madam President, builds on what we're doing across the board on many of the different Choose Respect initiatives that I've brought to the Congress in a bipartisan way over the years. It calls upon all of us to mark Choose Respect Day by teaching our youth about healthy relationships, supporting survivors, honoring those we've lost, and recommitting ourselves to the fundamental truth that every person deserves to live in freedom from violence and fear. The call to choose respect is simple but powerful. If we live by it, not just on October 1st, as the resolution calls for, we can break the cycle of abuse, strengthen families, and build a safer, more respectful country. And I think at this point, right now in our nation's history, we could all use that. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Together, let's honor survivors, remember victims, and choose respect in all we do. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 431, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 431, supporting the goals and objectives of Choose Respect Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that my next comments be listed in the congressional record in a different place from my previous comments.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm very hopeful that my colleagues here will move forward on this bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution so we can get our government open again. I do want to just explain to the American people and maybe some of our friends in the media a little dirty secret that's going on down here on the Senate floor. A lot of my Democratic colleagues are getting frustrated. Not with us. Not with us. We've had 3 already cross over and vote with us. There's a lot more who want to do it, Madam President. They're frustrated because they know we got to reopen the government. They know this is the way to do it. A simple, bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution. We've been doing this all the time here in the Senate. We've done it over 10 times during the Biden administration on the Republican side, but there's frustration. And I'll give you my sense of why there's frustration on the Democratic side, Madam President. Usually in this place, when you run for leader, Democrat leader, Republican leader, and you're in leadership, there's kind of a unwritten rule that the leader will protect the broader membership and broader members. On votes and different things, that's kind of what leadership is about. This is the first time I've seen in my entire time here in the U.S. Senate where on the Democrat side, the broader membership seems to be protecting just the leader. We all know why. He's worried about his left flank, worried about getting primaried, so that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting frustrated. Not with us. They know this is the right way to do it. They're getting frustrated because they think they're having to protect their leader, which isn't the way it works. It's supposed to work here. The minority leader previously called blocking a clean bipartisan CR to get bigger demands from their side, quote, political idiocy. Well, Madam President, what we're viewing right now is a lot of political idiocy coming from the other side, and my colleagues on the Democratic side are really starting to get frustrated. Not with us, but with their own leader. So I'm hoping on this vote in the next hour or so, for the American people, for the institution of the U.S. Senate, we have a couple more Democrat senators who have the courage to break with the political idiocy that we're seeing right now on their side. Vote with us, reopen the government. They know it's the right thing to do. I hope that happens. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of it.
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines.
Sure. Happy to.
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody.
Aye.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Lujan, Shaheen. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Yield the floor. No.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Rish, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion. I'm sorry. To invoke.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, you guys can go. No.
I'm a no.
You're a no, thank you. Bennett. I did get you, thank you. Thank you, I got you. Ms. Cantwell. Oh, no, I'm yes.
Okay, Scott.
You got Bennett, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Blumenthal. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, thank you, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, yep. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. I didn't mean. That's all right. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mrs. Shaheen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session, being a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Okay. Mr. President,
The Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider the in-block nominations listed in SRS 412.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nominations en bloc.
Nominations, calendar number 62, Paul Atkins of Virginia to be a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the names be considered read.
Without objection.
And I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of SRES 412 from the 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar numbers 62, 86, 92, 126, 127, 128, 143, 155, 158.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Signed by 17 senators as follows.
And I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block: calendar number 77, S180, calendar number 79, S419, calendar number 80, S539, calendar 82, S1316, and calendar 83, S1563. Further, that the committee reported substitute amended to Senate Bill 1563 be agreed to, and the committee reported amendment for S1316 be agreed to, that the committee reported substitute amendment for S539 be withdrawn, and the Corden substitute amendment at the desk to S539 be agreed to. Finally, that the bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time, passed in block, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, all in block. Mr. President, I rise to request unanimous consent here on the bills that were just mentioned to call up and pass this year's Police Week bills. These are bipartisan bills. These are common sense. And most importantly, particularly in light of recent events, and you can turn on the television right now and see what I'm talking about, they would give this chamber the chance to demonstrate its commitment to the men and women who wear the badge and to the laws they serve to protect. This is not a time to mince words or blur lines. This is a time to speak clearly with full moral force. In cities across the country, our law enforcement officers are beset from below and above. From below on our streets, they face an emboldened criminal element and a resurgence of organized political violence. From above, in the halls of power, they face a political class which seems hell-bent on undermining and attacking them at every turn. We have watched this unfold for years now. The press has smeared and defamed our police officers, seeking to incite hatred and violence against them. Fringe academic ideas about defunding police and shuttering prisons have moved from the classroom to the courtroom to the legislature and then to codified laws. Riots, lawsuits, slashed budgets, malicious lies blared through the largest megaphones in our country. Time and time again, the system has sided with the criminal over the cop, the looter over the law. The result of this system could be seen in unprecedented waves of violence that ravaged our cities in the wake of the George Floyd riots in 2020. It can still be seen today on the streets of cities overtaken by Antifa. These are not rhetorical or theoretical concerns. We watched it happen in real time. It is not the product of social conditions or inequity or systematic this or that. It is the inevitable result of a civilization that's lost its moral nerve. A civilization that is too racked by guilt to punish its criminals, to enforce its laws, or to confront its enemies, even when those enemies are beating police officers and firebombing federal buildings right before our eyes. When a government loses the ability or the will to defend its own cities, its own institutions, its own people, then it ceases to be a government worthy of its name. The path back to justice is simple. It requires laws like the ones we are going to consider here today. It requires protecting the people who protect us, like the bill to equip first responders with protective gear against fentanyl exposure, keeping them safe from the very poisons they're trying to fight. It requires ensuring that our police officers are healthy in body and in spirit, like the bill to reauthorize critical mental health services for cops and their families. Every single year, more police officers die by suicide than die in the line of duty. This is profoundly a policy failure and one that is on us to fix. It requires hunting down the predators who seek to prey upon our kids from the darkest recesses of the internet, like the bill to reauthorize and modernize the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This bill funds and enhances our ability to catch and convict the very worst kinds of criminals, those who target and abuse children. It requires building strong police departments with officers who know the neighborhoods and the people that they protect, like our bill to send local recruits to police academies if they agree to serve in the precincts in their own communities. And it requires wisdom and experience, like the bill to give state and local agencies the ability to rehire retired officers in civilian law enforcement roles. If you stand on the side of justice and our first responders, these votes should be simple and easy. With that, Mr. President, I'd ask we move forward.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request?
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request?
I'm going to reserve the right to object.
Senator from New Jersey.
I'm really grateful that this is one of the areas where we have a lot of bipartisan support, because this body, I would say, unanimously believes that we have to do more to help local law enforcement. I see it in my state. We have real challenges. Challenges with recruitment, challenges with officers who are in incredibly stressful situations for their mental health, and even empowering officers to be able to do their job, which is a job that everyone wants our officers to do. I say this all the time. If you polled my city, which is a majority minority city, majority African-American city, and asked them, hey, do you want more police, less police, or the same amount of police? Undeniably, they would want more law enforcement. And when I talk to the law enforcement officers in not just my city, but up and down the state, they want more resources. It's why I have multiple bills to actually fund our police departments around our country, specifically in New Jersey, to empower them on everything from closing out murder investigations all the way to mental health. In fact, the legislation that's being brought forward, it's right, it's a bipartisan legislation. I am the co-sponsor of some of the bills that we have right now on the floor. We should be united in this body, all 100 of us, to stand up for public safety and to fund our police, get them the resources and the equipment that they need to do their job. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening. President Trump, through an arbitrary executive order, has told this body that your intentions will not be followed. The legislation that is being proposed today, the president has already said, those DOJ grants will not go to certain states: Illinois, California, New York, New Jersey, that they are not eligible for these grant programs. That's not a bipartisan way of going about it. That's singling out certain states over other states. That's actually defunding the police departments in certain states for other states when you say these states that have gotten many of these grants in years past can no longer get them. None of us in this body should support that. All of us in this body should join together and say, when Congress passes a grant program, the President of the United States cannot arbitrarily decide which states receive those grants and which states don't. I feel a driving sense of urgency that we must support our police officers. They are facing greater and newer challenges in this country. I feel a deep urgency to support mental health issues in particular, because I lost one of my dear childhood friends who died by suicide in uniform. I want to make a simple adjustment to this legislation. Very simple, and what it would do is basically say that when this body has approved these grant programs, the president can't undermine the founder's intention that we hold the purse strings, that the president can't undermine that, and these grants have to go out as Congress intended them. That's all I'm asking from my colleague across the aisle. It's all I'm asking from this body, is that we together say we need to get resources for police officers in all of our country. We shouldn't be picking out some departments and not others. This is just simply making sure that this is a bipartisan effort to fund local police officers. And so I ask my colleagues to pass these bills as I amend them, so that we can refocus on the urgent work of reopening the government and then providing all law enforcement agencies with the resources they need, ensuring every law enforcement agency has a fair opportunity to secure funding to support their work, to support the men and women, to support their sacred and noble duties. We should work in a bipartisan way. And so I ask that the consent be modified such that my amendments to S-180, S-419, S-539, S-1316, and S-1563, which are at the desk, also be agreed to with all the other provisions that my colleague is asking for remain intact so that we can fund all of police and stop our president's attempt to defund police departments in blue states.
Is there objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, let's be clear about what this provision does for my friend from New Jersey. It's an attempt to throw a lifeline to these sanctuary cities that are openly defying the law. In order to receive federal grant dollars, you can't withhold information from federal law enforcement. That's what they're doing. That's what it means to be a sanctuary city. What you're saying is we're not going to work with ICE or any other federal agency because we want to protect illegal immigrants in our cities. That's what's happening. That's deeply unpopular with the American people. And that's why the president has taken his action to try to get these cities to come along and be part of the program with the rest of the country to say, we're all going to work together to keep our communities safe. This provision is a direct attempt to undermine the Trump administration to do that and their renewed enforcement of our immigration laws. I know some people got used to the last 4 years where 20 million people came here illegally and federal law enforcement was handcuffed by the Biden administration to actually enforce our immigration laws. So much so that the rhetoric that had been exhibited for that time now is carried over. And you see fire bombings, you see attacks on ICE officials, attempts to dox them, to destroy their families and their reputations, their finances, because they've been led to believe by many with the loudest microphones that somehow everyone's entitled to be here for as long as they want, that our laws don't matter, that borders are arbitrary lines on a map, and we're all global citizens. And the white papers from the 60s and the 70s found their way into the halls of the highest offices in government. In the Biden administration, these Ivy League grads who wrote these white papers or read these white papers or indoctrinated by these white papers were suddenly in charge. Well, there's a new sheriff in town who actually believes in law and order. And so I would hope that city leaders who defy our federal laws shouldn't be entitled to federal tax dollars. Federal grant dollars are not entitlements. They're not unconditional welfare for the far-left activists. If you want federal funds, you have to comply with federal law. Sanctuary cities are in open defiance of federal law. They actively prohibit their officials from cooperating with federal immigration officers. They release violent offenders, suppress gang databases, and do everything in their power to prevent the men and women of law enforcement from enforcing our laws. That's what they're doing in sanctuary cities right now. Every one of the Police Week bills that I've offered for unanimous consent, and my friend from New Jersey is indeed a co-sponsor of, are very, very bipartisan. I can't actually believe we're in a place that we're going to be holding up that kind of bipartisan legislation when you see the violence against law enforcement officers in our country every single day. This is a lifeline to them, the help that they need, not just to do their jobs, but to be able to seek the services so they can be healthy physically and mentally. So let's be clear about what's happening. And my friend has, a few moments here to reconsider this. These are common sense. And if anything from last November we could take away, is that the American people voted for a return to common sense. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the original request? Senator from New Jersey.
Yeah, I have so much respect for my colleague. I want to respond to some of the things he said because, again, I just want to affirm that he is right on the urgency to help our police officers. He is right that states should abide by federal law that passes from this body. But what we have now is a president in his first term that didn't ever try something like this, which is undermining the will of Congress. This is really unprecedented. That has never happened. Republican president, Democratic president, including Donald Trump's first term, where he suddenly said, I'm going to turn off the spigot of support to local law enforcement agencies because I don't agree with your policies. I think that's a threat to the independence of our branch of government. I think that that is, in so many ways, violative of our shared values on both sides of the aisle. But let me go further than that. What the president is doing is saying, not only am I going to stop funding from going to the state of New Jersey, I'm going to go to red counties in New Jersey, red counties in California. I actually went out and talked to people, Republican legislators in states, Republican police officers, Republican union leader told me this as well, and says that this is ridiculous. So this is insane. That we would hold grants back from the entire state. He goes, I don't agree with Democrats' policies, but we're out here putting our lives on the line, and Republicans in Congress want to stop resources coming to our police departments? One of the union leaders said to me that my guys are out there sacrificing their lives, and we can't get help that both sides of the aisle agree on? And so, yeah, my colleague and I disagree on domestic immigration policies. But one thing I don't agree on, because I was a mayor of a city that basically said, in order to keep my city safe, we're going to cooperate with the police department, because it was an overbroad generalization that was made on the Senate floor that we're not supporting ICE and immigration activities, because I know this up and down the state of New Jersey. Not only do we support them, but we detail officers with federal immigration enforcement. I did it when I was mayor. You want to talk about cooperation, anybody who knows local government, from the FBI to the ATF to ICE, all over New Jersey, we are cooperating with federal authorities. What we have simply said, if we're responsible for local law enforcement, we're not going to do things that create such fear in our communities that immigrant communities are afraid to come to local police to report crimes. And that somehow, not in the first term, Trump's first term, but somehow in this term of office, that's a bridge too far. Well, let me tell you right now, the way that immigration is being pursued in our neighborhoods, where masked agents are coming out of unmarked cars, are going to court appearances and schools and hospitals, my local police officers are telling me how much more dangerous this administration is making communities, because people who are victims of crime now are afraid to go to local police officers and report those crimes. And again, this is not coming from politicians in New Jersey. This is coming from law enforcement officers that have said that we've created such a climate of fear in our country that just solving crimes is getting harder and harder because people are afraid to come to the police. So yes, we have policies that say there are certain things we won't do to maintain a community of trust within our communities. So I understand there is a lot of rhetoric. I can turn on shock news and all of that, but when you talk to the law enforcement officers in many of the most Republican parts of my community, they're outraged about what's happening right now. So again, we can debate policy on immigration, but to me, for a senator to allow a president to undermine the power of the purse relegated by the Constitution to this body is outrageous. It's never been done before. Not in Trump's first term, not by Bush, not by Reagan, not by Clinton, not by Obama. We are in new territory here in our country where we see a president encroaching upon our powers, and I can't be complicit in that. Everybody in this body, I would never question any of my colleagues on either side of the aisle. We all want our local police departments to not only be able to do their job, we all actually want to have more equipment and more resources. That's why these bills are bipartisan. But how could we allow bipartisan bills passed out of the Senate to then be stopped in a partisan way by a president who is then going to choose red states and hurt blue states, even though my state has millions of Republicans who deserve to have their communities safe as well. I'm standing today just to say, let's use common sense and help our police officers together get this resource is desperately needed out to our communities now, and not let this fall victim to something that wasn't even an issue in Donald Trump's first term. And so I object. I object. I object.
Objection is heard.
Well, the shutdown melodrama continues. I love the smell of melodrama in the morning. It smells like the United States Senate. I said the other day that this shutdown is just further proof that human evolution is a slow, slow process. This shutdown, what you're witnessing now, is just further proof of why it took human beings thousands of years to learn how to stand upright. This shutdown is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Some shutdowns are based on policy. Some shutdowns are based on politics. Some shutdowns are based on a combination of both. This one is pure. It's pure as ivory snow. This shutdown is based on politics. Let me tell you what's going on. I believe in a two-party system, Mr. President. Why? Because two parties create competition. And competition makes all of us better. It does. The Democratic Party, the opposite of my party, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party is competing within itself right now. And there is a distinct wing of the Democratic Party that is winning that competition. If I wanted to use a pejorative expression, I would call it the loon wing of the party. The loon wing of the Democratic Party. Or you might call it the Bolshevik wing of the Democratic Party. I think a more accurate description is to call it the socialist wing of the Democratic Party. I think that's fair. Now, I'm not saying that all of my Democratic friends are socialists. But there is clearly a wing of the Democratic Party that can only be described accurately as the socialist wing of the party. And that party is in ascendancy. That party is in control. Now, my friend Senator Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the United States Senate. And he, of course, has instructed his colleagues to vote to shut down government. And Senator Schumer has been criticized for that, and I understand. I don't agree with him. I think he made a mistake. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the leader of this effort. I don't. I think Senator Schumer, like many of his colleagues, would like to be loved by everybody in the party, and he would like to be loved by the socialist wing of his party. And I do think that's part of what is motivating this shutdown, and that's why I say it's all about politics. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the person in charge, because Senator Schumer is not the leader of the socialist wing of his party. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is. She's running the show. It was no accident the other day the Congresswoman let it slip. She said, if you really want to negotiate at the end of this shutdown, come see me. Come see me. And I think any fair-minded person has to look right now and say that the two leading members, the quarterback, the two leading members of the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, the quarterback is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Now, her substitute is Senator Bernie Sanders. But I think it's the Congresswoman who's calling these shots. Now, Mr. President, I don't hate anybody. I've said that repeatedly, and I mean it. I like all of my colleagues. I look for grace wherever I can find it. When I say my prayers, I do. Every single time I ask God, don't let me hate, because it's hard sometimes. It's hard up here. But I do. I say, God, don't let me hate. And I certainly don't hate Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I want to make that very clear. She has the right to her opinion. She has the right to try to have the socialists take over the Democratic Party. That's the American way. Ironically, I think what she's doing is anti-American, but she has the right as an American to do it, so I don't hate her. But I judge her by her policy. She has her opinion, and I have mine. And I have to judge her candidly by her policy. Here is what the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, led by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, has said to the American people and to the United States Congress and the Republicans in Congress. If you Republicans don't agree to make the federal government $1.5 trillion, not $1 million, not $1 billion, $1.5 trillion bigger, we're going to shut government down. Well, of course we said no. I'm not going to vote for that. My mother didn't raise a fool. And as I've said before, if she did, it was one of my brothers. I'm never going to vote for that. Now, where do I come up with this figure of $1.5 trillion? Well, the first thing that the socialists and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is asking us to do is to repeal the health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We just passed them. We just passed them. Here it is, Subtitle B, Health in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, we didn't cut Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill. In fact, under our bill, Medicaid is going to increase 2% a year over the next 10 years. Now, what we did by reforming Medicaid, which Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez wants us to reverse, we cut out the waste and the fraud. For example, we found out that there are, no kidding, I'm not just making this up, we found out that there are 2.8 million people on Medicaid who are double dipping in America. They're either signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and Mississippi, double dipping, or they're signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and they're signing up for the Obamacare subsidies. That's called cheating. Our bill would put an end to that. and it would save about $140 billion on 10 years. The socialist wing of the Democratic Party and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez want us to reverse that. The second thing we did in our health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill is to say you've got to stop lying when you apply for Medicaid. Under President Obama, we had virtually no eligibility checks. People could walk in and the Medicaid folks would say, how much do you make a year? And they could say $30,000 a year. And they'd say, okay, you qualify. Now, I trust people. I've said it before on this floor. I play cards with my friends all the time. They're friends. I cut the cards anyway. We have found, for example, just in Louisiana, we did a statistical sample of the people on Medicaid in Louisiana. Our auditors found 1,600 people on Medicaid making $100,000 a year or more. That's cheating. So our bill put an end to that. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of the Democratic Party want us to put it back. They want to let people cheat. What else are the socialists asking for in this $1.5 trillion? Well, they're saying we don't want people who can work to work. We put a provision in our bill that the Congresswoman and the socialist wing of her party want us to take out that says, look, if you're between the ages of 19 and 64 and you're able-bodied, we're not talking about a mother with a sick child in her arms, you're able-bodied, you're perfectly healthy, and you don't have any dependent kids at home, then if you qualify based on income, we'll give you Medicaid, but you have to work. You have to work 20 hours a week or go to school 20 hours a week or do community service 20 hours a week, because the free enterprise system, jobs, have done more to lift people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. That's what's called a work requirement. What's wrong with that? Those who can't work should work. Our welfare programs were meant to be bridges, not parking lots. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of her party want us to reverse all of that. What else do they want us to do? Well, they're upset at us over the Affordable Care Act. Now, let me tell you what all this is about with the Affordable Care Act. Under Obamacare, if you are a low-income American, you're entitled to Medicaid. If you are a middle-income American, you have a job, then chances are you get insurance through your employer. Most people do. But if you're in the middle, you make a little more money than the poverty level, but you can't get insurance through your employer, we provide what's called the Obamacare exchanges. So when we talk about the Obamacare subsidies, that's what we're talking about. It's about 24 million people. And it was meant for lower income people. Up until 2019, it was all for low-income people. And then in 2019, without any Republican votes, President Obama said, look, we're in a pandemic. We're going to raise the limit. We're going to say there are no income limits on Obamacare paid for by the taxpayer. We've got 24 million people on Obamacare. When they raised the limits, you can make any amount of money and still get a subsidy. That added about 1.6 million people on Obamacare. Obamacare was meant for people who make from roughly $30,000 a year to $130,000 a year, families of four. Now, because President Biden raised the cap, we've got people making $600,000 a year, $150,000 a year, families making $200,000 a year, getting subsidies from the American taxpayer. Why? Because they said we needed it in the pandemic. The pandemic is over. And that's why the Democrats, when they passed the bill, put in a provision that says at the end of this year, those extra subsidies are going to end. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez says no. Until you agree to let them continue, to let anybody at any income level get subsidies, we're going to shut government down. That's their third demand. And that is part of the $1.5 trillion. And finally, of course, the Congresswoman is saying we want you to give $500 billion, not $500,000, not $500 million, $500 billion. We want you to give $500 billion to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting because we like what they say. Well, we just eliminated money for all forms of media in the Affordable Care Act. Now, those are the demands. Those are the demands. I'll just mention, I'll mention one more. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez got very, very upset, as did the socialist wing of her party, when the president sent over what's called a rescission package. Basically, President Trump just said, we want you to take some stuff out of the budget that we think is wasteful. And we did. And that upset the Congresswoman. She's entitled to be upset if she wants to. But that really upset the socialist wing of the party. And so we took out, and here's what they want us to put back in. We found that under President Biden, they were spending $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. We took that out. The Congresswoman says, we're going to shut down government until you put that back in. We found $500,000 of American taxpayer money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. That was in the budget under President Biden. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in. I'll just read you a few more that we took out. They are demanding we put back in. $6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $882,000 for social media and mentorship in Serbia. $4.2 million. We took it out. The Congresswoman and the socialist wing of their party says we've got to put that back in for the open government. $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda. I could spend the rest of the afternoon here. We took all that out. It upset Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It upset the socialist wing of her party. And now that wing of her party and the Congresswoman are threatening all other Democrats and saying, you've got to shut that government down until we get what we want. And part of what they want is to add this kind of stuff back into the bill. And that's what this fight is all about. We're in the process of negotiating a budget with our Democratic friends. We ran out of time. The cutoff was midnight Tuesday night. That's when the clock struck midnight and the budget ran out. What we had asked for and what we're still asking for is let's continue to negotiate, we meaning the Republicans and the Democrats, for 6 more weeks and try to agree on a budget. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for any additional appropriations, any conditions, any stipulations. All we're asking for is what we call a clean CR. All we're asking for is just further negotiate. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who has done a stellar job in rising to the leadership of her party, as a member of the socialist wing. They're about to elect a socialist mayor of New York. I think Mr. Mamdani's going to win. They have said to our request, let's just continue the status quo for 6 more weeks. They said, we'll give you 6 more weeks if you will give us $1.5 trillion. That's what they're demanding. And that's why we're shut down. Now, let me say it again, Mr. President. I don't hate anybody. This is America. I sure don't hate the Congresswoman. She is entitled to her opinion, but I'm entitled to mine. And she can criticize my policy positions, but I'm entitled to criticize hers. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. President, in front of God and country, based on her policy positions that she's demanding, based on her policy positions that she is demanding that I just outlined, $1.5 trillion of pure, unadulterated spending porn. Based on that demand, based on her policy positions, the American people are looking at her and saying, this person has single-handedly put an end to dumb blonde jokes. Because that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Based on her policy positions, $1.5 trillion of this kind of spending porn, the American people are looking at the Congresswoman and saying, with respect, she must be bilingual. She must speak English and stupid. And that's why we're not agreeing to it. Now, I know every one of my Democratic colleagues, and I know more than half of them know better. They know what we're asking for is reasonable. I'm just asking them to meet us halfway. We're not asking for any additional provisions. They shouldn't ask for any additional provisions. And let us just open back up and continue to negotiate for 6 weeks. Don't be scared of the Congresswoman. Don't be scared of the socialist wing of your party. I suggest the absence of a quorum. So would you withhold that request? Request, Mr. President, only because Tony asked me to. I'm supposed to read this, Tony? Yes, please. Okay, you've proofed it. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3:00 p.m. on Monday, October 6th. You check those dates, Tony? That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of Cal 115 S2296. Finally, that the cloture motions filed during Friday's session of the Senate ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, Mr. President, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.